Uh, Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Also, I hope am I audible? And also, before we resume the session, I would just like to make a little announcement about the DP-600 course. So we had also come up with the full-time course of DP-600, and regarding that, if you have any queries or any registration about the same, you can contact Vivek sir, which I'll be sharing his number. So you can just ask him and for the course. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ria. So let's go and continue with the session. So, like I said, we have one small topic to discuss, and then after that, we will just be focusing on the demo part, and then we will take a short break once we complete the demos. Then I will be talking about the exam prep session. I will be talking about the certification also, where you can study for this particular certification. All that information I will be sharing with you once we complete the demos. So again, I'll just share my screen and let's continue with the session. Yeah. So over here, we discussed about the one lake feature, correct? We discussed what is one lake, what is Microsoft Fabric, etc. And I told you that that when we have to load the data into the one lake, a single copy has to be maintained. We do that in the using the lakehouse, warehouse, or the semantic model, or the KQL, or the event house that is there. So let's say I told you that one lake is mapped to every tenant. You get a single one lake that is created by default. You don't create it. The minute you become a tenant of the Fabric subscription, a user to the Fabric license, you get that permission. You basically can work on, or you get a one lake with it. So let's say you have a one lake, and let's say you have created workspaces inside this where you have a single capacity, and within that single capacity, let's say this is your marketing workspace, and inside the marketing workspace you have created a lake house, which we will see what is a lake house and etc. I will be explaining it to you all. We will be seeing a demo on it. Okay, so let's say you have created a lake house with within the marketing. So let's say you have a single capacity. This is your this is your one lake, and within the one lake or the tenant, okay, that you have created workspaces. You're the, let's say you're the workspace admin, and you have created these two workspaces which share the capacity, okay, and they have, here you have the sales workspace that you have created, and within that you have created a lake house, which with the name lake, with this name, okay. So over here, so let's say you are a tenant, you have been given the role of a workspace admin, and you have created these two workspaces, and on the workspace, you are managing, okay, people who belong to the marketing team will only have access to the workspace of the marketing work of the marketing, and sales, whoever works in the sales team will have only the access to the sales workspace, except the admin who has the access to both the workspaces. That is, they accept him. Other people that are working, they will have only access on the respective workspaces. So if a person, an employee, is from the marketing team, so his scope or his access will be restricted only to this workspace. He will not have access to this workspace, the other workspace that we have created. Okay. Now, let's say I want to. So when you work with the lake house or you work with the warehouse or when you are loading the data into the one lake, once at least you have to move the data or copy the data because it has to have one copy of it, right? It will not create multiple copies. It will just maintain a single copy. But that single copy also, if you have to upload, you will have to load it at least once in either the lake house, the warehouse, or the semantic model, or whatever you decide to create. At least once it will have to be loaded or copied, right? One copy, if I have to maintain, at least once I need to copy it. But now let's say I don't want to move the data. I don't want to copy the data. Yes, I want to access it. Okay, I want to access the data, but I don't want to move the data. I just want to access the data without copying or moving the data. So how is that possible? So over here, we can do it by using a very important feature of the one lake, which is called as the shortcut feature. What does the shortcut do? So a shortcut is basically like a symbolic link. Okay, it's like a symbolic link that you create, or it's like a pointer, okay, that you point the source to. You point the source to, okay, it's like a symbolic link, okay, wherein you can just connect to the data source. You're just pointing to the data source, but you're not actually copying the data in a specific data storage, like lakehouse or warehouse or etc. So here, whenever you want to access the data without copying it, you can use the shortcut features. Like a shortcut gets created to that specific source. So here, let's say, because I told you sales and marketing, they kind of work hand in hand, right? So let's say the sales team wants to access a certain file from the marketing team's lakehouse, a specific file, but they don't want to move the data. They don't want to copy the data without actually copying into their lakehouse, because if they have to access, the sales team doesn't have access. Who has the access? The workspace admin of both these teams. The admin of both these teams, like probably the manager, okay, is the admin to these workspaces. So let's say only he has the access to it or she has the access to it. So now, if they want to access the data, so once at least they will have to copy again, a copy has to be created. We don't want that. We want the resource sharing to be easier. So shortcut makes that easy. Without actually copying, what you can do is you can just point to the data source without actually moving the data, without actually copying the data. You can just point to the source and you can access that data within your lakehouse. And that feature is called as the shortcut feature. So here, because when we load the data either into the lakehouse or the warehouse, or when we create a semantic model or an event house also, we have to load once at least the file that you want, right? To do the analysis, to do the reporting, you need that file, that model to be created. So you have to at least once copy that data, move that data, whether it's on the on-premise or it's on the cloud in some blob storage or in SharePoint or etc. You will have to move it into the lakehouse at least once so that it is stored in the Fabric service, that is the one lake, correct? So over here, let's say I don't want to do that. I don't want to copy the data. I just want to link. I want it to be, I just want to link to it. All I have to do is, I just want to connect to the data or just point to the data source and without actually copying the data, access the data in the respective storage. So here that feature is called as the shortcut feature. So now when you create the shortcut can be created in two ways. There are two ways in which you can create a shortcut. One is an internal shortcut and second is an external shortcut. Now, what is an internal shortcut? So here we have the internal sources of the Fabric one lake. that is the lake house, warehouse, etc. So let's say I want to get or I want to access the data from these internal sources. So that shortcut is called as the internal shortcut. So you connect or access the data from the internal sources of Fabric One Lake. Okay. Then let's say you have data into the blob storage, Azure blob storage, or you have the data in a um, cloud. Cross cloud meaning you have data in Amazon or Google's cloud storage, or you have the data in the Power Platform, that is the Dataverse. So let's say you want to get data from these external sources. Okay, not all external sources are available as of now because even if you work on the pipeline, so pipeline has a copy activity. Now, what does that copy activity basically do? It copies the data from the source to a destination. So your destination here could be the lake house, warehouse. But again, what you're doing, you're copying the data. But here we don't want to copy the data. We want to keep the data at the source only. What do we want to do? We just want to establish a connection with the source and the destination so that the data remains at the data source. Just we are able to use that same data in another storage. So here, if I want to get it from an external source, whether it is the Amazon S3 or it could be the Amazon S3 compatible. So this also they have added. Then you have the Google Cloud Storage. You have, if you're good with Power Platform, so even Dataverse is there. You have from Azure Data Lake Gen 2 storage. And now they have also added the Azure Blob storage from where you can connect the data. And when you work on the shortcut, shortcuts can only be created on the lake house. So if you have to work with a file or a folder, okay, if your data is, because generally if you see all of them store files, right, as the source or as the format of the data, right? So here, if you want to connect or you want to load the data in terms of a file or a delta table also, okay, as a table also, but delta, the schema is delta, it's not a relational schema. We will talk about it when we discuss the lakehouse, okay? So here, you can create a shortcut in the lakehouse only. Shortcuts can be created on the lakehouse only. So it could be a table shortcut, it could be a file shortcut, it could be created on any of the formats. That doesn't matter. But here, if I have to create one, where do I create it? Only in the lakehouse. Okay, I can do that only in the lakehouse. Now, let's understand what is a lakehouse. Okay, what do I mean by a lake house? So a lake house is nothing but a combination. Okay, it is nothing but a combination of the data lake and the data warehouse. It is nothing but a combination of a data lake and a data warehouse. Now, what does that mean? Okay, let's say you have a data lake. Like I told you, data lake is like a central repository. Okay, it's again like a repository, like a storage only, wherein you can dump in any type of data. So in a data lake, you can load in any it could be structured, it could be semi-structured, anything, but the format in which you load it is the file format, right? Now, on top of this data lake, let's say you want some relational capabilities. You want to write SQL commands. You want to directly write SQL commands. So that capability is provided to you by the data warehouse part. So data warehouse is basically built in on that particular data lake. Okay, so you might want to use work around a data warehouse on top of the data lake itself using the Spark engine. So here, what will be used is the Spark engine only. So if you have a data lake which is giving you the traditional data warehousing so that you can implement that on the top of a data lake, okay, you can use the lakehouse. So a lakehouse is not, like I said, a combination. Okay, it uses the Spark engine, and top of the Spark engine itself, the flexibility, the scalability of the Spark engine, you can make use of, and you can write SQL queries. Okay, you get the semantic, the traditional SQL semantics you get. Okay, you can work on the relational schema and you can query the files that you load. Okay, in a SQL format. You can write SQL queries on the files that are there. So, but here, when you are working with the tables, the schema of the table is not relational. It's like a abstraction layer. Okay, it's just an relational format is given to you is like an abstraction layer, but the actual format that which or the schema in which you're working on the table is the delta table. Because here, if you have to work with the tables within the data lake, okay, another lake gets created which is called as a delta lake, which has your delta tables. Okay, so this is because on top of the data lake, if I want to apply asset properties, I want like a database sort of a capability on top of the data lake, then that is called as a delta lake. And the table that you create within, because databases require tables, so that table that you create is called as a delta table. So the schema, so the lake house, it is nothing but data lake only. But what you get is a relational schema is applied as a metadata layer, so that you can query it using the traditional SQL semantics. It's just like I told you, an abstraction layer. You're not actually making any changes to the data or anything. You're just writing SQL commands. Actual changes, if you have to make, you can do that on the delta table. So here it's like I said, like a superficial layer that will be given to you so that you can perform data warehousing. Okay. But if you have to actually update the data, modify the data, the schema on which you will work, you can write the DDL, DML operations. You will actually work on the delta tables. So over here, when you work on, so Lakehouse is actually a concept that was brought by or is introduced by the Databricks community. Okay. So it is their native proprietary this thing, and just Microsoft has adopted that particular, what we say, that particular concept. So a Lakehouse, just a second, guys. So here you can work with all raw data. You can work with all kinds of raw data, structured, semi-structured, doesn't matter. Okay, but mainly it works with unstructured data. And let's say you want like you want it to be like a hybrid. I mean, basically a lakehouse is like a hybrid system where you get the capability of the data lake and and analysis or SQL analysis of the data warehouse. So you basically, it's like a single system that is being used to perform, okay, all of that. You don't require two different storages. One is a data lake and the other is a data warehouse. You don't require two different storages. It keeps your storage in one place. That is the lake house. But keep in mind that the data is raw. You're using the file format. It generally works with file formats like CSV, blobs, or JSON files, etc. So here, that is an important point that you have to keep in mind. So when you work, so Lakehouse has two formats that you work with. One is the file format, which is the base format. So you have the file format that you work with. And second is the table format, but the table Okay, or sorry, the file format also, when you work with a lakehouse, the best format, because I told you can load CSV file, you can load text file, you can load audio, video, any files that you want. But the best file format, it understands or gives you optimized results. Okay, it will give you the optimized results. That format is your par-key format. It's the par-key file format. Now, why par-key? Because par-key has a way of storing the data as columns. Okay, it stores the data as columns, and because it stores the data in a columnar format, it is easier to access the data or read the data later on. So because of this approach, because of the way of storing the data in columns, accessing that data becomes faster. So what happens? Efficiency goes up, performance improves, right? All those things are in that go up. And we all know that performance is very important. We want faster results. Nobody likes to wait, right? We don't like to wait for a day or two to get the analysis. We want the analysis there and there immediately. So if you want to make it much more efficient and faster, then you have to use the file format. Okay, you have to use, and the best file format that you can use is the par-key file format. But when you work with the table, so it also has a table format, but the table that you work with has the delta schema. It is a little different from your relational schema. There's a difference between the delta schema and the relational schema. Okay, so delta schema is more on top of the data lake. Okay, it is more on top. So asset properties, just imagine when we talk about on top of a data lake, correct? So that is a little different from your relational schema. So your delta is mostly for big data analysis if you want database sort of a thing. Okay, so you could use them. And because it's like a part, so delta lake is a part of the lake house. So you can definitely use the data lake and enforce schema. So if I have to enforce schema on a data lake, because as of now it's all in par-key format or it's in a file format. So if I want to enforce schema, because generally unstructured data is managed in the data lake. So if I want to enforce schema on top of the data lake, then I can use the delta schema or the delta lake. And the table that you create inside it is called as the delta table. So here it works on the Spark engine. You use the Spark engine, whereas relational schema uses it's like the traditional databases that you have. So the schema here is flexible. You can go with the file schema, you can go a file format or the table format. It is up to you. Okay. Whereas when we talk about the relational schema, it is a little strict and rigid. It's fixed, right? This is how the table has to be. I mean, this is how the table is defined. There's a structure to the table. You give it a schema, right? It's like a blueprint that you submit, but that is not given over here. Okay. You don't need that. There's a flexible schema that is given to the, and both support asset properties like your databases, right? That support asset. Similarly, here also you can enforce asset. So it does the schema enforcement, it does, and of course the asset properties can also be applied. So here it has two formats. A lakehouse has two formats. Now, when you create a lakehouse in Microsoft Fabric, okay, when you work with a lakehouse in Microsoft Fabric, there are three, I'm so sorry. There are three things that get created by default. When you work or you create a lakehouse, when you go to the Fabric service and you create a lakehouse to work with unstructured or semi-structured data. So when you create it, there are three things that will be by default, it will be created. I don't create it. Okay, it will be given to you. The first thing that gets created is a lakehouse. Now, what is this lakehouse that gets created? This is similar to the data lake that you work with or the delta lake that you work with. Okay, so here you can load in the data as a file or as a delta table. That is not a problem. So all that is managed. Okay, so if you have to load the data, work with file schema, work as a file format, this is where you do it. The second thing that gets created is called as the SQL analytics endpoint. Okay, this is where you actually do the data warehousing. Where if you want to write a SQL command, okay, you want to enforce SQL, you want to use the traditional SQL semantic like SQL editor or SSMS, and you want to query the data on top of the data lake, right? So you can use the SQL analytics endpoint. So this is the data warehouse. The house part that we talk about in the lakehouse is nothing but your SQL analytics endpoint. And the third thing, which is a default feature again that gets created, is called as a semantic model default. Now, why does this get created? Because if you want to do data visualization, you want to create a Power BI report, you don't want to make any changes to the file or anything, or you want to use that same file or multiple files, and you want to perform visualization. So what you would have to do normally, you would have to create a separate semantic model, etc., and then use it and then create visuals, etc. So you spend time in again creating the semantic model, loading the source, connecting to the source, and etc., etc. You have to use the Power BI desktop application to develop the model. Then you add DAX or relationships and etc. between multiple files, multiple tables, correct? So over here, no such thing is required. By default, whatever files you load to the data lake, automatically a model will be created out of that. Okay, a model will be created out of that. So we know these are the three things that get created. So let's go ahead and see how to create a lake house in the fabric service. It's very easy. Okay, so I'm going back to my portal, and over here I'm just going to click on the new item. So here you can see when you click on the new item, you're getting a lot of options to, so guys, just 2 minutes, I will be back. I'll just get some hot water and then we will continue. Just 2 minutes. I'm extremely sorry. Yeah. So I'm back. Okay. So now let's go ahead and create a lake house. So here, the minute I select new item or I click on the new item, okay, you can see that there are lots of items that we can create and they have been categorized in different categories. Like if you want to work with extracting the data, loading the data, if you want to work with storing the data, what are the different items you can use. You can also see if you want to prepare the data, that is clean, transform the data, what are the different items you can use. If you want to visualize the data, work with Power BI, work with real-time dashboards, develop the data, train an AI ML model. So you can see these are the components, these are the items that you can use. So here, I'm going to go with the lakehouse. I'm going to give it a name and just click on the create button. And you can see here that a lakehouse has been created. So the browser that you all see, this is called as the Lakehouse Explorer. So if you see on the left hand side here, you can read the term Explorer. So this means it's a Lakehouse Explorer that has been created. Now, I told you when you create a lake house, there are three things that get created by default. So where are those three things? If I have to see, just go to the workspace. And can you see here, there are the default things that have been created. First is the lake house, which is like your data lake. So where we were currently, the Lakehouse Explorer, where you can get like a data lake sort of functionality, wherein you work with the file format, okay, the PAR-key format, the CSV formats, or unstructured data, or if you want to work with the delta tables, the delta schema, or the delta lake. Okay, so this is where you will come and you can work. So this is like the data lake that we talked about. Then the second thing, that is a semantic model that gets created, which is going to talk about the Power BI model that I mean you can use, and you can create a report, a Power BI report using this default model. So let's say you want to do visualization. You can directly use this model. You don't have to create a separate model over here. You can just go ahead and create one. Okay, so this is the second thing that gets created. And you saw I didn't create any of this. What did I do? I just selected the new item, gave a name to the lake house, and only created the lake house. But with that, you can see below, I have got the semantic model and lastly the SQL analytics endpoint that is created, which is nothing but my data warehouse part on top of the data lake itself, right? Which is the house part that we talk about, okay, is getting created over here. Now, let's go ahead and load data into the lakehouse. So I will be using my local system from my on-premise, from my local system laptop. I will be loading the data into the lakehouse. So if you have to load the data, I told you one way is you can use the local system, which we are going to see. Second is we had discussed the shortcut feature, right? So you can, and I told you that shortcuts can only be created on the lake house or to the lake house, I would say, right? So if I have to load the data or access the data without actually copying it, because now when we load the data from the on-premise or the local system, a copy is getting loaded. You already have a copy on the on-premise. That copy you're loading it to the lake house. But let's say I don't want to even copy that data. So if I want to shortcut, we can do that over here. So if I have to create a shortcut, it is very easy. Just come to the file section or the table section, any of them. So file, just click on these three dots. And can you see here, you have the option of new shortcut. Just click on that. And can you see here, you have two ways of creating it. One is the internal shortcut and second is the external shortcuts, right? So over here, if you see, you have the internal sources. So if I click on them, you will see all the lake house, the warehouse, the event houses of not just one workspace, but all the workspaces where you are the admin. So like I said, the admin can create this, or yeah, the workspace admins who create workspace, or the member also, the member role that is there. So we are not going to discuss that role, but it is very important. That is in terms of the security that we talk about. But here, if you are the admin, you can definitely connect to any of these sources and you can access the data. So here I have, I'm going to connect to this, just show you how to create one. So when we create a shortcut, it is always done on a folder. Okay, it is always done on a folder. You can't do it directly on a file. Okay, it has to be done. So whenever you have a file or multiple files, so you will have to put it into a folder. And then on top of the folder, a shortcut is created. It's not created on the file directly. A shortcut is created on the folder. So here, I will just go ahead and select this. Click on the next button. So it is giving me all the details. It is giving the name of the shortcut and just click on create. And you can see over here that you can create a shortcut. Now, if you want to view the data, so your data is not present. Data is not copied, guys. Okay, keep that in mind. That is very important. The data is not copied here. What is done? Only a shortcut is being created of that data so that I can access the data in this lakehouse. Otherwise, this data is present where it is present in another workspace. So if I come to this workspace, because I use this, so you can see here, I have this lakehouse. So inside this is the folder from where I'm accessing the data. So where is the data present? It is present in this lakehouse, in another workspace. But all what I'm doing over here, I'm just creating a shortcut to that other workspace. Okay, so this is the workspace. So this is a shortcut that you can create. You can also create a shortcut on the external sources. So these are the listed sources. So instead of using the copy activity or the data flow, okay, of the data factory, which is one of the components of the Fabric service, you can just directly load the data without moving the data or copying the data into the Lakehouse. So it could be S3 compatible, Google Cloud Storage, okay, Azure also. You can directly load the data. You just have to select what you want to connect to. Just select this. You can here create a new connection. Given the details like the block storage name, URL, set the authentication and etc. Okay, and just browse for the folder. Again, it will happen only on the folder. Keep that in mind. There's no shortcut that works or is created directly on the file. It will work all on the folder only. Okay, so here you can definitely create a shortcut over here. Now we can go ahead and load the data. So I'm just going to delete this. I don't need it. So I'll go ahead and upload the data from my local system. So for that, we can only load the data, guys. You can't load the data directly into the table. So if you click on these three dots, can you see here, except the shortcut feature, you can't load the data into the table. And keep in mind here, the schema that you are creating of the table is a delta table. Okay, the schema is a delta table and it's not a relational schema. So here you can just load data into the files. Otherwise, you can use the copy activity, the pipelines, or you can use a data flow and you can load the data into the tables directly. But the table that gets created, again, I'm repeating, is a delta table. So here, I'm just going to go ahead and upload a file from my local system. So I'm just going to click on these three dots, click on upload files, browse for it. And just upload this file to the lakehouse. Just click on the upload button. So here, if you see, this interface is similar to your Azure blob storage or the data lake. Okay, so it's exactly the same way if you come here. and I just select one of this. So if I have to add the data, so I just click on add directory or something, or upload, sorry. So you can see it's almost the same interface that has been added over here. And it's the same thing even with your data lake or with the data blob storage. It's the exact same interface that has been incorporated because it's ultimately a data lake only that we are working on. Now, you can definitely load this file. So if you see, this is the file that we have loaded. This is the, you can preview the file. Just click on that specific file and you can preview it. Now you can definitely load this file as a delta table. You can convert it to a delta table. So if you want to use this, you can, I mean, as a data engineer, you can directly use this file, work with the notebook that is available over here, which will use the Spark engine and you can do the analysis. Okay. But let's say you want to write SQL commands. You want to work with the data warehouse that we discussed, right? So for that, for doing data warehousing, you will have to create a table. So over here in the lakehouse, first you have to create a table. Then only you will be able to do the data warehousing, right? SQL commands on top of this particular file. So over here, if I have to write to a delta table, right? Because that is the only schema that is accepted. And without creating a table, I will not be able to do SQL analysis. So if I have to perform SQL analysis, okay, or do the data warehousing, we I told you we make use of another endpoint, which is called as the SQL analytics endpoint. So guys, if you have any questions, please put it in the chat. I will definitely address it. So over here, we have the SQL analytics endpoint, the third thing that got created, which will help us with the data warehousing. So here, if I want to do the data warehousing, so I can access the SQL analytics endpoint in two ways. No, semantic model and the delta lakes are not the same. Semantic model is something that is used by Power BI. Okay, semantic model, I would relate it mostly to a data warehouse, but it's not the same as your table. Delta table is like a simple table that you create, like a table. Okay, but the schema is what? It's a delta schema. Whereas in a semantic model, you have tables, but the schema is different. Okay, it's more a relational schema, I would say. And it is a model that is used for visualization, whereas a delta table is not used for reporting or anything. It's for doing analysis, but using some SQL commands or Python code. Okay, you can, or Delta API, there's a Delta API that you can work with. So they are a little different. They're not the same at all. One works on the data lake, the other works in the Power BI. Okay, so that is a difference. No, OLAP data warehouse is also not the same. In data warehouse, it is a relational schema, whereas a delta table is present in the delta lake. On top of a data lake, if you want to apply ACID properties, the schema will not change, guys. It doesn't become a relational schema. It will remain delta schema. So on top of the data lake, if you want to apply ACID properties, because as of now, you can't do anything of it. Then you work on the data warehousing part also. You can't change the data. When we work on the SQL analytics endpoint also, okay, you will not be able to change the data. Exactly. Okay, it has nothing to do with your data warehouses or your semantic model. It has no relation. It's a concept that is only restricted to the data in the data lake. Okay, so over here, because at times you might want to, because the data that you load into the data lake is of a file format, right? It is generally in the file format. Now, let's say on top of that file format, you want to apply ACID properties. You're more like a relational, not relational actually, more database sort of capabilities you want. So then without using or converting the file to a relational schema, okay, because you will have to give a schema, you will have to give a fixed structure to it. Without actually doing any of that, if you want to just apply acid properties, then you go with a delta table. You don't want to change the engine, nothing. You just want to stick to one engine. So that is going to be possible when you use the delta lake. Okay. So over here, now I want to convert this file to a delta table. I want to do SQL analysis, right? I want to write SQL commands. So I told you that if I want to do SQL analytics, one way is you can come to the workspace, just click on the SQL analytics endpoint. And can you see here, you can do the data warehousing. So it's similar to your SQL SSMS. Okay, it's exactly like that over here. But if you come to the schemas and expand the DBO schema and expand the table, can you see there is no table as of now? There is no table that is being loaded. Why? In the lakehouse, we have the file and this SQL analytics endpoint that is there. It is created on top of the lakehouse itself or on top of the data lake itself. I should see the table. Why is the table not there? So this is what I meant, that whenever you have a file loaded, because you can't load a table directly, or if you have a file and you want to do SQL analysis on top of it, that file needs to be converted to a delta table. It needs to be converted to a delta table. So over here, I'm sorry, over here, if I want to convert it to a delta table, we have to do that in the lake house, in the data lake. So earlier, like I remember, I have worked on Databricks and all the services I listed down. So if I had to convert a file to a delta table, okay, there's no direct way, like it's too difficult. You have to use, first of all, if you're using Databricks, okay, because Lakehouse is a concept that was brought in there. So if I had to convert a file to a delta table, what I had to do was first, because Databricks doesn't have its own internal storage. You can't load data anywhere in the database. It has an abstraction layer for the storage, which means it uses some other storage as its own storage. Okay, it's just like an abstraction layer. So basically, what you have to do, you have to mount a specific storage on top of the Databricks storage. And that storage was called as the ADFS, which is the Azure Databricks file system. So Databricks doesn't have its own storage. It has an abstraction layer. It creates like an abstract of the storage that you mount it to. So I remember we have to, if I'm using Databricks, I have to convert this file to a delta table. First of all, we have to mount the storage. So it could be a blob storage, it could be a data lake. Onto the ADFS, we had to mount it. So for that, we had to use the DB utils library and perform the mounting first. Then once you mount the storage, then you read the data into something called as a data frame. So what is a data frame? A data frame is nothing but it's sort of like a table, but it's not actually a table. It's just something that it resembles to a table. Okay, it's not exactly a table, but it's something that resembles to it. So over here, yeah. So over here, then once you mounted, you read the data into the data frame. Then you you write the data frame, okay, as a, no, here you can't use data flow, okay, rather than ADF. I told you data bricks. Okay, about the example I'm giving you is about data bricks. So here you can't use the data flow. Yes, you can, but you will have to first transform the data, create another item that is the data flow, and you would have to do it. But here in the data lake itself, I want the delta table. So either you use the notebook and you do all of this, okay, and you convert or write to a delta table. So you read it to the data frame, then write that data frame as a delta table. But here Microsoft, like I said, is wants to make our life very easy, very smooth. Integration has to be smooth. So what they've done is select the file you want to convert to a delta table. Okay, just hover over it. Go to these three dots. Can you see here you have the option of load to tables? So what it will do, and you can see what format or the schema of the table is. Can you see there's a triangle at the right bottom corner? So what does this triangle indicate? It indicates that this is a delta table. Okay, it indicates that this is a delta table. So here you can just click on the load to tables and select the new table because there are no new tables that I've created. And you can see it has automatically detected the type of the table, the type of the file, what kind of data is there a separator or not, a delimiter or not. And you can see from the file name itself, it is picking up the name and it is giving it a name to that table. So over here, you can just click on the load button and automatically a delta table will be created. I didn't have to write any code, nothing. Just click on these buttons, select load to table, and now I can load the data to the table. So now once you load the table, the file to a delta table or write it to a delta table, you can go ahead and now perform data warehousing on top of it. Because now you will be able to see the data, the table. Okay, so now one way we saw that we could go to the workspace and we could access this SQL analytics endpoint. The other way in which we could go and access the SQL analytics endpoint because it's built on top of the lakehouse itself, right? So what I have to do, I just have to come to the Explorer. And on the right hand side, can you see you have this lakehouse option? Now, what is that doing? Okay, you just have to click on the drop down. So as of now, we are in the lakehouse view. Okay, we are in the lakehouse view. So now I want to change that view and I want to do data warehousing. So all I have to do is just click on the drop down and select the SQL Analytics endpoint. And it will just switch the view on top of the SQL Analytics endpoint. And here now you can go ahead and query. Now can you see there is a table that I can make use of. And now I can go ahead and write SQL commands. Right? I can go ahead and implement SQL queries or do SQL analysis. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to write a very simple select statement of doing group by. That's what I'm going to do over here. Select new SQL query. Just say select item. So I'm doing a group by. So whenever we perform a group by operation, we know it is mandatory to put in a aggregation function. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doing an aggregation. So I'm calculating the total quantity multiplied by the unit price. And I'm giving, basically I'm generating the revenue. So I'm going to alias this or give a nickname, a shorter name called as revenue from sales group by item. So I'm going to group it according to the item and I will order it according to the revenue in a descending manner. Okay. Just once you type this, just click on the run button. So it will do a simple group by operation. Can you see it has done a simple group by? It has grouped the items and ordered it according to the revenue. That is nothing but quantity multiplied and it is giving you the total of that. And you can see the output over here. So this is how you can write a simple, you can see I'm doing SQL analysis on top of the file, right? Very straightforward, very easy. So some of you all might be good with SQL language. Some of you all might not be good with it. You all come from the Power BI background, right? Some of you all might be coming from the Power BI background, know how to work with Power BI. You want to visualize the query or sorry, you want to still query the data over here, right? You might want to do that. So you can definitely use the Power Query skills and you can analyze the data. So if I have to use the Power Query skills, no, Microsoft is not equivalent to Databricks, not at all. Databricks is a different community. Okay. So it's not the same. It's almost, I mean, they have a tie-up with each other. So some of the facilities of Databricks you can use within the fabric using the Microsoft Entra ID. Okay. You will have to, you can directly load it into the warehouse. That is not a problem. Definitely you can load it. If your source is a CRM or ERP system, you can definitely load it using the copy activity. You can definitely load the data into the data warehouse, but it will not be in the lake house. Okay, it will not, if you want to make use of the lake house, then you will have to specify lakehouse, but otherwise you don't have to use the lakehouse. You can directly use the warehouse item of the Microsoft Fabric service. So you can definitely do that. Now, let's say some of y'all are not good with SQL or with coding language, but you want to write queries, you want to work with queries, and you, or let's say you are good with Power Query skills. You want to apply Power Query skills, you are good, or you're a data analyst, you have Power BI experience, and you want to query the data using those skills. You can definitely do that on top of the data lake itself using the using the visual query. So visual query has incorporated the Power Query editor in itself. So if you have worked on Power Query and you know how to use the Power Query skills, you can definitely use the visual query. So now how to create a visual query? Just come to this, click on the new visual query. And over here, we need to drag the table onto the canvas. Okay, it's not exactly like your Power Query editor that you have, but it is same. It is exactly just the representation is a little different. So over here, I'm just going to drag this table onto the canvas. And like how we had the applied steps on the right hand side corner, the same thing you can do over here, but just the representation is a little different. Right? If you see the representation is a little different. So now we can go ahead and definitely apply some Power Query skills. So you can just add in the queries. So just click on the plus icon and you can add queries. So here, let's say I want to select certain columns. Okay, I don't want all the columns of the data or in the table. I just want to select columns. I want to select columns or choose columns. So go with the first option. And I'm just going to take the first two columns, click on OK. And now you can see that only two columns have been loaded. All the rest of the columns, all the columns that were there, they have been removed from the table. Okay, only these two columns are there. Now you can also do a group by, simple group by, just click on the plus button again. And you can see whatever transformations you could do or the Power Query of the skills that Power Query had. You can see all those skills over here, right? Can you see that? You can see all the skills over here. So it's the same thing, exactly same thing. The exact same thing has been incorporated over here. So now let's go ahead and do a simple group by. I'm going to do a group by operation. So here, select this. Now I want to group it. So based on what I want to group it, you just give that condition. So here I don't want to go with the order line number. I want to go with the order number. So this is the grouping. Just give it a name. So when it does the aggregation function, the alias that we give, I want to give it a name as line items. I want to change the operation. So you can see these are the operations that you get. Okay, you can perform. Just go to the count distinct values and it will do an aggregation function. It will apply this aggregation function on top of this column and give it an alias, that is line items, and group it according to the sales order number. So this is how it is doing over here. So just click on the OK button and you can see that it has done. So you can use the Power Query skills here, not a problem. Okay, and you can definitely, so you can see a lot of data warehousing part you can do over here. You can also model the data if you want to do, you want to create a star schema, snowflake schema, because this is acting like a data warehouse. And in a data warehouse, we know we can create a star schema, we can create a snowflake schema. I think using SQL will be better when we talk about the consumption, or yeah, actually both are serverless. If you have to talk about the consumption part in terms of compute, both of them in Fabric also or in general also, they are serverless. Okay. So if you're using Synapse to do, it depends on what kind of tool are you using. If it's on Fabric, anyone will do because here it is serverless, the data warehousing, the Power BI component that you do. Okay, it's all completely serverless. So anything works, whatever you're comfortable with. Okay, there's no hourly calculation that is done. Here, everything is built according to the SKU that you purchase. Okay, so there's no hourly consumption that will be there. You can go with anything. And it's a serverless approach that is taken over here. So anything works. Okay, any of the consumption, any of the analysis you want to use, you can do that. So it could be SQL, it could be Power Query, doesn't matter. Okay, so with what you're comfortable with, just go with that. I would rather say, okay, in the Fabric service, at least in terms of the Fabric service. So now you can even, because this is a data warehouse. So in data warehousing, we can perform it, we can model the data into a star schema, snowflake schema. So that also you can do over here. Okay. So if you have to do it, if I want to do the modeling, but here we will not be able to do the modeling. Why? Because we have only one file, right? We have only one file. So here I can just go ahead. So if I want to model, you have to just come on the top of on this ribbon, click on the model layouts, and you will see the models that is or the data that is there present in the data warehouse or here in our context, the lakehouse. And you will see all the tables. Okay, so these four tables, we are not going to see, they are used for improving your query performance. So when you write the queries to the data warehouse, because ultimately this is a data warehouse on top of the lake house or the data lake. So you're just modeling the data here. So let's say you have multiple files and you want to model the data. So you can do that over here. You can create a star schema, snowflake schema. You can establish relationships over here also. Okay, so you can definitely model the data and establish relationships between here. Unfortunately, if you, because it's like a semantic, because you're working on the data warehouse, okay, and going ahead, if you want to work on Power BI on this data itself, data that is loaded in the lakehouse, okay, you cannot unfortunately write any DAX measures or calculations. Those things are not possible on the default model, on the default semantic model. So here, if you recall, we have this default model that is created. So you can't add in any DAX calculations to this model. That is not possible. You will have to customize it. And then, yes, you can go ahead and add the DAX calculations, a calculated a table or a measure. Calculated column is not yet introduced here, but you can definitely add a measure. You can add a calculated table, perform, you can also do, you can apply security, RLS. That also is possible if you customize the semantic model. So we will see, I'll show you all one small demo of how to create a custom semantic model after we complete the data warehouse part. So once we do that, we will be getting on to it. Okay. So over here, now let's say I want to perform reporting. I want to create a Power BI report. I want to visualize the data that I have in the lakehouse. So here I have to just switch to the reporting tab. And over here, if you see, we can create a new report. Okay. So what it will do, just click on the new report. And it is just telling me this is no error. It is just telling that I'm using the default semantic model to create or visualize the data to create or manage. So this is nothing but your Power BI semantic model that is created. So it's using that table because ultimately Power BI also uses the table format in order to create the semantic model, even if you load it as a file or any other format, like in Excel, if it's a num range, it's a sheet or etc. The output that Power BI understands is a table. It understands a table. So here it is going to take the table. Just click on the continue button. So here it will just take the default model that you have and it will open. So once it opens, you will see that the exact Power BI desktop application is incorporated over here. So I didn't have to create, first of all, a semantic model for which we need the Power BI desktop application. We couldn't create the semantic models online. That was the only difference. Reports and everything you could still create. But if I had to create the model, the semantic model, I had to use the Power BI desktop application, correct? So over here, now I don't have to do anything. Everything is being done on one platform. That is the Fabric platform. You can see the integration. I didn't have to integrate anything. Everything, even the model was created by default for me. I didn't have to do anything, right? So I'm using the default model. In case I do want to customize it, I can do that. That is not a problem at all. We can still do it, right? So over here, you can see that I am being able to do end-to-end analysis. And it's on me what kind of way I want to do it, whether I want to use a warehouse, a lake house, okay, how I want to analyze the data. It is totally on me. I can just use different tools, but I don't have to use, it's not that I have to get the platform ready, right? And then integrate them. Everything is being integrated on one platform and I just have to make use of it. Okay, so now you can just go ahead and visualize the data. So for that, I'll just minimize this, collapse this. I'm going to take the table visual and over here, I am going to drag the item and the unit price. And I'm going to take another visual that is the clustered bar chart. I'm going to take the item on the y-axis and I'm going to take the quantity on the x-axis. Okay, so this is how we can visualize the data using the Power BI tool in the Fabric service itself. And on the top of Lakehouse itself, I did it. I didn't create anything else. Use the default model. Okay, and I could visualize the data using the Power BI capabilities. Correct? So now you can go ahead, save this report. Okay, you can definitely save this report. So if I have to save the report, can you see on the right hand side corner, you have the save icon. Click on it. And again, save the report. Just call this as item sales report. Click on the save button. And you can see a Power BI report has been created the way you would normally create. And it is, I mean, when you work also on the Power BI part in the Fabric service, it is, yeah, here you will not be able to, that's the only default thing. You will have to customize the model. Like I said, here we have used the default model. So if you want to create a custom model, custom semantic model, then yes, you can add in measures. In that, you are allowed. But if you have to work with the default model, then that is not allowed. That's the only difference, but you can customize it. It's not that difficult to do it. You have the lake house, you have the warehouse. You can just make use of them and you can customize your semantic model. Okay, so over here you can see now, if I go to the workspace, you will see that an item, the report, I didn't have to use any of the other services, go to different tabs, open the Power BI report, etc. Yes, you can create, I think, a paginated report. So you just click on the new item, and if you go to visualize data, so here you have the option to create a paginated report also. So you can definitely do that, and it will be done over here in this workspace itself. Okay. So this is how you can do an end-to-end analysis of the data, okay, in the Fabric service. So this is using the Lakehouse. With Lakehouse, guys, there are lots of things that you can do, which we are not going to cover. Let me just talk about it. So let me just talk about more modules that are covered in the Lakehouse. So here you understand. So one is we saw how to create a Lakehouse. The other thing that you can do is you can work with notebooks and the Spark cluster or the Spark engine to do big data analysis. So if you are good with it, you want to write code, you want to work with Python, PySpark, or Scala, R, okay, or work with delta tables. Okay, you want to also work with delta tables extensively. You can use the notebook and the Spark engine. Okay, so for that, so when you work with Lakehouse, the default engine that is used is your Spark engine. There is no other engine that is used over here. Okay, it's your Spark engine only. So you can work with notebooks, you can create notebooks over here, and you can write a code, okay, of your choice. So I'll just show it to you very quickly. I'm just going to use this data, this file that we have. So here I'll just open the notebook. I don't have a notebook created. So either you create a notebook from here, or the other way in which you can create the notebook is you can come to the workspace, click on the new item, and you can just go to prepare data. You can see you have the notebook option, just select that, and you can create a notebook. So a notebook is like an editor that is used to write a Python, I mean, for different APIs to work with basically the Lakehouse. Okay, just skip this tool for now. Now here we need to add a source from where the data needs to come in, right? As of now, there's no data. So I'll just map that source. I'll go to the Lakehouse. I'll open the existing notebook that we have just created. So either you create it directly from here, or you can open the existing notebook. So this is the latest or the current notebook I created. Just click on open. And now you can see on the left-hand side that a data source will be mapped to it. You can see that a data source will be mapped to it. Now you can definitely go ahead and write a Python code or a Scala code, work with any of the code. So if you want to do that, so in the Spark engine, we know the default way of reading the data. Or if I have to read the data, how do I do it? I need to use the Spark data frame, or I have to use a data frame to read the data from the files or from the delta table. Also, if I want to read the data, I need to use the data frame. So here, if I want to read the data from a file, it's very easy. You just have to click on the file, click on these three dots. You get an option called as load data. So what it will do, it will read the data from this file path. It will read the format, what is the type of the file. Okay, it will read that and it will load it to a data frame. So here, just click on this. I'll go with the Spark data frame. And you can see automatically a code is written for me. I don't have to write it. You can also write it, no doubt, if you know how to do it. But some things are done simply because these tasks you shouldn't spend time on, right? It should be done immediately. So Microsoft has already saved that time. And all you can now do is focus on the transformations that you want to perform, right? So here you can go ahead, read the data in the data frame, just execute it. So if you have to execute this, you can use there are two ways of executing it. One is, if you see, you have a play button here. You can just click on that play button and you can execute that cell. Okay, you can execute that particular cell. So this is called as a cell. Or the other way is you can definitely, if you want to execute this cell, you can press Shift Enter from your keyboard and you can execute that particular cell. Okay, so this is how you can read. So you can see this is your data. Okay, you can also print the schema if you want. So I can just say df dot print schema and it will print the schema of the data frame. You can also find out the count of records that are there. So these are the total count. This is the total count that is there. Okay, so you can definitely count. You can apply a lot of methods over here. You can perform group by, etc. on top of the data frame. Okay, so these are the things that you can implement using the notebook. Of course, there are a lot of things. If you have that background, you can definitely use the notebook, write a Python code, write a Scala code. So you can definitely change the API over here. So if you come on the top, can you see as of now it is Python, but you can change the language. You can make it to any of these 4 languages. You can use pure Python also. You can also write T-SQL directly on the notebook. This is a feature that they have incorporated. So you can explore this. If you have the subscription and everything, you can definitely explore this particular feature. So this is how you can work with the notebook. You can also work with the delta tables. You can create an external table, a managed table. So those are the 2 types of delta tables that you can create. They're also called as catalog tables. Okay, the delta table is also called as a catalog table. So you can definitely create those tables over here. It's super easy to manage now because everything is in a lake house. You can just open the notebook on top of it and you can manage it. Okay, so this is how you can work with the lake house. You can also work with a pipeline, the data factory component you can use. Okay, so you can just do a simple copy activity. So I'll just do that over here. You will just quickly see how to copy a data from a blob storage. So I'll use this Azure data lake only. I'll upload some data here in the container. And let's say I want to copy this file into my lakehouse. So we can do that using the data pipeline. So in the lakehouse, we saw we could use we could upload the data from our local system. We could use the shortcut feature also. Or we can also create a pipeline and we can load the data. So here I'll just click on new item and I'll create a pipeline. I'll call this as copy pipeline. Click on the create button. And I'm going to create, I'm just going to copy the data. So I'll use the copy data activity. So this is like an action that we are using, okay, which will copy the data from one source to a destination. That's all I am doing over here. So here I need to configure the source. So I'll just change this name. Just configure the source. So here I will be using the blob storage. Okay, this blob storage I will be making use of and I will be copying the data that we have just loaded into our lakehouse. So for that, come here, I'll select on more. So you can see I've already done this operation so many times. So now if you click on the new button here, you can see that you just don't have one source from where you can load the data or the restricted sources in the shortcut feature. You have source from where you can load the data from a SQL server, Oracle database, right? You can also work with Power Platform with online services. These are the lists. You have all the Azure native storages. You have the databases, not just Azure SQL Server. You have the SAP HANA. You have Oracle. You have Snowflake. Okay, all those databases are there. Files are there. Okay, you can also refer to the other like HTTP URL if you want to get the data from. Okay, you can definitely do that here. So here I'm going to go with the Azure Data Lake. So I'm using this as the connector because that's a data lake that we have created. So I'm just going to copy the name. Just paste it here. Now I'm going to change the authentication. I'm going to go with a SAS token. So I'm going to generate a SAS token first. So SAS token, if you're working with, you will have to create it for the entire account, not just on the container level, but for the entire account. Just create one. Just copy this and paste it here. Just click on the connect button and you can see that a connection has been has been established. Just browse for that file that you want to copy. So just browse for it. So I'll select the container. Select this file, click on OK, and you will see the path here. So this is the file it is supposed to copy and load it into the destination. So here my destination is going to be the lake house. Okay. So here I'm going to add that as my source. Go to the more option. You can also create any fabric specific items, storage items if you want to, or you can use the one lake because you have the lake house already created. So you can just use it and you can connect to that source. So either you copy it as a table, which will be a delta table, or you can copy it as a file. So here I'll just give it a name. I'll call this as customers.csv. And once this is done, just save your pipeline. Now, once you save it, you can check for errors, whether there are any errors or not, just validate it once. So here you have the validate option, just click on that and just see whether your pipeline has any errors or not. So as of now, there are no errors. Just you can close this, collapse this. And now you can go ahead and execute the pipeline. So let's say you there are two ways in which you can execute this pipeline. One is you can manually run the pipeline, or second is you can schedule the execution of the pipeline. Okay, so here if you click on the run button, that means it will implement the pipeline immediately there and there. The implementation will be done or the execution will be done. But let's say, for example, like you are getting in new data every day at 6 in the evening. And after 6 o'clock, let's say you want to trigger this pipeline. Okay, so at 6 o'clock, let's say, or like at 5:58 or something, you get the data and you want to trigger this pipeline, capture the new data that you have, and you want to implement this pipeline. So there's nobody, let's say after 6, to come and manually execute this pipeline. So let's say you want to automate that process. You want to automate the pipeline execution. So you can do that by clicking on the schedule button. So schedule, as the name says, it will definitely schedule the pipeline run. It will run the pipeline at the scheduled time. Whenever you want to schedule it, it will do that. So here you can just go like on a daily basis at 6 in the evening. So this is a 24-hour clock. Just select that. Sorry. From what date to what date you want to do that. Just select the date range and apply it. And at 6 every day, okay, 6 in the evening every day, it will trigger that pipeline. Okay, it will execute that pipeline. So over here, now let's go ahead and implement pipeline. Just click on the run button. So here in the output tab, you should see the status of your pipeline. What is it doing, where, at what stage it is. You will come to know whether it is in progress, it is queued, it has been successful, has it failed, etc. That information you will see over here. Okay, so once that is done, once the pipeline is successful, it has succeeded. So you can see the status that the pipeline run has succeeded. That means the data has been copied from your blob storage to the lakehouse. Okay, it has been copied. So let's see whether it has been or not. So I'll go to the lakehouse and let me do a refresh on the file section. So can you see the file has been copied? So this is the file. So if I go to the actual file, so this is your file and this is the file that has been copied. So it's the same, right? It's customer ID name. Of course, this is in a CSV format, but the exact same file has been copied, right? So this is how you can make use of the copy pipeline. You can copy the data. And now if you go back to the workspace, everything is in one workspace only. It's not that when you work with Data Factory, the Data Factory work that you do will only be in that workspace. Or if you are working with the Synapse pipelines or any of it, it's not necessary that it is in that workspace only, right? It is now in one workspace. So this is how you can see how easy it is to integrate things, right? Because now everything is in one workspace. I didn't create a compute also anywhere. If you observed, I directly started doing the SQL analysis. Directly created a notebook and it immediately executed the notebook the minute I put it for execution. Even the pipelines, if you see, I just clicked on the run button and it executed the pipeline or the notebook, right? So I didn't have to create a compute. A compute is, like I said, comes attached with the capacity, right? So if you have to see the compute still, okay, if you come to the workspace settings, because all the SQL work or the SQL workload, if you do now, when we go ahead after the break, when we see to or we use the data warehouse or we will be working on the data warehouse, you will see there, okay, the data warehouse in Microsoft Fabric is serverless. Okay, it is serverless. Whereas the Spark engine is still created, it's still maintained. So if you come to the data engineering / science and you click on the Spark settings, you will see that a Spark pool is automatically created. You can definitely edit this as per your requirement. But like I said, you have to be the workspace admin. You have to have the responsibility, the role. Otherwise, you will not be able to do that. Okay, so here you require that role. Only then will you be able to customize the Spark pool, the default pool also that you get. You can even create your own pool. Just click on the drop down, click on the new pool, and you can create a new pool of your choice. How many worker nodes you want, whether you want scalability or not, all those decisions you can take. Okay, but here you can definitely customize it. Whereas when we talk about the SQL analysis that we are doing, it is completely serverless. Okay, it is something serverless, meaning it doesn't mean that there are no servers. I mean, there's no compute or anything. There is, but it's all being managed by the cloud service provider. In our case, Microsoft. Okay, so this is where the lakehouse, and then you can also work with the data flow. What is a data flow? It's just a graphical interface that you can use in order to what we say, in order to transform the data, analyze the data, clean the data. Okay, it's like an ETL tool, a low code, no code approach that you can take for data analysis. Okay. Okay, so now let's do one thing. We will take a break. And after the break, so again, a 20-minute break we'll take. And after the break, we will see two more demos. That is how to create a warehouse in the Fabric service. And later on, we will see how to create a semantic model using the Fabric service itself. So we'll take a 20-minute break, and after that, we'll do these demos. And then I will, like I said, we're around 5:15, 5:20, we will be done with the session. I will just give you all an overview of the DP-600 certification exam, how to prepare, where to study from, and etc. And then we will end or conclude the session. Okay, so let's take a 20-minute break. I'll start the clock, and I will see you all after 20 minutes. Hello, everyone. Let's continue with the session. So, guys, before we can go ahead, just a request to everyone that please give us your feedback. My colleague Ria has shared a feedback form in the chat. So, just a humble request to everyone, whoever is present, whatever you thought about this webinar, whether I could help you give an insight to the fabric service or not, please let us know. Please do share your thoughts through this feedback form. So, please go ahead and fill out this form. It would be really, we would really appreciate, because my entire team and I have put up this webinar, and it takes efforts. It takes a lot of things in the background also to set this webinar. So just a request to everyone that please do fill out the feedback form and let us know about your thoughts on this particular webinar. So going ahead with the topic. So here we understood. Just a second. It's one thing I forgot. So we saw how to use the lakehouse. We saw the pipeline. You can also use the data flow. Okay. And you can analyze, I mean, you can perform ETL. So it's like a low code, no code approach that you can take, and you can transform the data using the data flow or the data pipeline also. Now let's understand how to work with the data warehouse. So what is a data warehouse? Let's first talk about that. Data warehouse is nothing but a I mean, it's just a storage where you can store structured data, write SQL commands, okay, and get, um, you can definitely do analysis. So basically, a data warehouse is used for OLAP kind of workloads where you want to work with analytical workloads, right? And that is the main difference also between a database and a data warehouse. So databases are generally used for OLTP workloads, like your um, transactional data, like when you use GPay or you do any net banking, when you're transferring the data from one account to the other, or when you're placing an order on the Amazon or Flipkart or any of the retail e-commerce websites, right? Or even if you're booking a flight, those workloads are called as the OLTP workloads, that is online transactional processing. But let's say you want to do an analysis of that. How many flights were booked for a particular date? Okay. How many orders were placed? What is the total revenue that you generated from these orders? All that analysis. So if you want to focus on analysis, then you use the data warehouse to understand the data or do the analytical part. You use the data warehouse to do it. Now, another difference, if I have to talk about between a database and a data warehouse, is the tables, right? Because in the data warehouse, there are two types of tables that you basically work with. One is the fact table, and second is the dimension tables. Okay. What is a fact table? A fact table is nothing but a numeric table. It has only facts. It will have only numbers, quantitative values to it. Okay. So that table is called as a fact table in the data warehouse, and you can have only one fact table. Okay. Whereas you have a dimension table. What is a dimension table? So not all information, we all know, can be stored in one table. It has to be, it is something that Okay, it is something that you would like to, you can't have it in one, yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, you can't have all the information in one table. So that is why what do? You basically perform normalization. You normalize the data, meaning in simple English, I actually shouldn't use this term, but it's like dividing the data. So in a fact table, you can't have all the information like product details or customer information. You need to store it in another table, and that other table is your dimension table. So a dimension table, so a fact table is numeric, a table that has facts, or numeric table with. Whereas a dimension table is something that will have descriptive information, a more elaborate information about a customer, okay, or about a product, etc. Detailed information, what is the price of that product, what is the who has purchased this particular product, what is the customer name, what is the customer email ID. All that description you will get in the dimension table. Okay, so this is what basically these are the tables that are available. Now, when you are creating a dimension table, there are two types of dimension tables that you create. One is a time dimension table, and second is a slowly changing dimension table. We also call it as SCDs, slowly changing, or we call it as SCDs. So here, when you are working on a data warehouse because of these SCDs, okay, you can maintain historical data in a data warehouse, which is not possible when we talk about a database. Okay, that is not, it cannot be done in a database in relation to a data warehouse. So if you drop anything or you replace anything, the trace that data is untraceable. You can't trace it again or retrieve it in any other form. So it doesn't, maintain that record or anything. It keeps on, there is no history of the data that is there. Okay. So over here, when you work with a data warehouse, so this is the difference. One is, of course, the workload. Second, when we talk about scalability or everything, okay, a data warehouse is much more scalable in relation to a database, okay, in terms of scalability, because it has to manage analytical workloads. So you require that kind of scalability. You require, because here, when you're maintaining historical data, you are basically managing large volumes of data, right? So you need that much compute to manage it, to work with it, right? So over here, a data warehouse is, it's similar to your database. You write SQL commands, it stores structured data. Okay, but when we talk about the data warehouse in terms of query execution also, or in terms of performance, a data warehouse is much more efficient in relation to a database. Okay, it executes queries much faster, much more efficiently than a database. So here, let's go ahead and create a very simple data warehouse in the Fabric service. So I'm coming to my portal, and again, in the same workspace, I will be creating the data warehouse. So just click on the new item. So I'll just scroll down and I'll just come to the store data and I'll select the warehouse, give it a name. So I'm going to call this as webinar WX. Just click on the create button. So guys, if you're not able to see the submit button, we are just looking into it. We are just looking into it. Just give us some time. We will get back to you about, we'll share another link probably. So don't worry, we will just let you know about it. So over here, again, it is very simple to create a data warehouse. As you can see, it's very simple. Just go to the workspace, click on the new item, and you can create a data warehouse. Now, when you create a data warehouse also when you create a data warehouse in the Fabric service, when you do that along with the data warehouse, you also get a default semantic model created. So if you see here, we have created a warehouse. This is a warehouse. So this is, and along with that, if you see, there is a default semantic model that gets created. Okay, so whenever you work with either a lake house or a warehouse, you get that default semantic model. You don't have to create a model from scratch. It is already created if you're using the default tables. Okay, so you don't have to spend time in that, but you also here you can see it is saving a little bit of time. Okay, and you don't want to add in measures or anything. You want to use the data as it is. So you can go with the default semantic model and perform the analysis. Use Power BI and do the analysis. Correct? So over here also, when you work with the warehouse, you can see a default model gets created. Now you might be thinking, right, on the lakehouse also we have the um, a SQL analytics endpoint, which is acting as a data warehouse, which has the same interface as the warehouse. If you see, right, it is the same interface. If we go to the SQL analytics endpoint, it is the same interface. Then what is the difference between a SQL analytics endpoint and a data warehouse then? Are we thinking, right? So over here, the main difference between a SQL analytics endpoint and a data warehouse is when you work on the SQL analytics endpoint, it is a read-only endpoint. This endpoint that you created or gets created by default, I'm sorry, is it is a read-only endpoint. Now, what do I mean by this? What do I mean by it being a read-only endpoint? It means that if I want to update the data in the data warehouse of the lakehouse, or if I want to modify the data, manipulate the data, create new tables or anything I want to do in the SQL analytics endpoint, I cannot do that. In simple terms, I cannot write DDL or DML statements are not allowed when we are working with the SQL analytics endpoint. Because it's a read-only endpoint, you can just write select statements, the DQL statement that is there. Only simple reading statements you can write of reading the data, grouping the data and seeing it. Yes, so CRUD actions are not applicable when we work with the SQL analytics endpoint. Why is that? Because if you recall, I told you it is nothing but the it is built on top of the data lake. It's just like an abstraction or a semantic layer of the SQL on top of the data lake itself. The interface is similar to the data warehouse. It doesn't mean it exactly works like a data warehouse, right? So the business logic that is there, it is a data lake and it is not a warehouse. It's a data lake. Data is being stored in the form of files, in the form of delta tables. That is the schema that it is following. It is not a relational schema. It's not a DBO schema. It's just an abstraction. It's like a semantic layer that you are creating. And for your ease, for you to simply write SQL commands, you're using the SQL analytics endpoint. So that is why you don't get to write the DDL, DML statements. That is not allowed. Okay, is not allowed. You're not allowed to use these statements. That means it will not accept only any change. Why? Because the business logic that you are using is of a lake house and not a warehouse. Whereas in a warehouse, when you create in the Fabric service, you can do all of that. Okay, you can use cross database querying. You can use whatever worked on Oracle, the language. The same thing can work here. You can use T-SQL. Okay, you can write DDL, DML statements. doesn't matter. You can do the CRUD actions. Okay. And here, the engine also that you are using, it's not the Spark engine. Okay, the Spark engine is not being used. It is a serverless SQL engine that is being used. So depending on how much data you load to the warehouse, scalability is done. Basically, it's all configured by the cloud service provider. You don't have to worry about the compute here again. So if you see, we don't have to worry about the compute, just that we have to purchase the license, purchase a capacity for it, right? So this is what is the main difference between a data warehouse and a SQL analytics endpoint. So please keep this point in mind, because in case you go and give the exam, there is a short question on the difference. I mean, not directly they will ask you, but there will be a question on the SQL analytics endpoint and the data warehouse. And another short question that you will see will be of the shortcut feature. Okay, the shortcut feature will definitely be asked in the exam. Okay, so this is the difference between the SQL analytics endpoint and the data warehouse. So here, let's go ahead and load the data into the warehouse. So I'm going to use the sample data to do that. So I'm going to create a sample data warehouse. So I'm just doing that. Okay, so some sample data has been loaded into the data warehouse. So one way is you can use the sample data. The other way, if you want to get the data into a data warehouse, you can use either the pipeline. So you can come to this get data tab. You can use the data pipeline, or you can use the copy activity and you can load the data, or you can also use the data flow. So yes, I will share the material. Like I said, I will be sharing the material with you, where you can access the demos, from where you can study everything. I'm going to do that. Just let me complete the demos, then like I said, I will be talking about the certification, how to prepare for it, etc. We are going to have a full 15-minute discussion on that. Okay. So over here, you can also get the data from these items. Okay, whether a data flow or a pipeline, you can use T-SQL. Okay, you can write the DML, DDL statements, and you can create a table here. So let's say I'm going to use the SQL editor to do that. So you can click on the new SQL query and you can write a query. You can write a T-SQL or cross database query, anything that worked on Oracle or the other databases, data warehouses, you can definitely write here. So here I'm going to make use of the T-SQL. So I'll say create table. And I'm going to do that I'm going to write it to a DBO schema dot. So I'm creating a dimension table here. So like I said, when we work with the tables in the data warehouse, we are basically using the, we will be creating, or the tables that we create will be the dimension table and the fact table. Okay, so here I'm just creating one simple dimension table, which will have the product information. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that very quickly. I'll do it. I'll just say product key, which is of integer data type. It is not null. And this can be null. This can be kept null. And one last value that I'll be adding, which is the list price. So over here, I'll keep it to decimal and 5 places, then 2 places after the decimal. Just say null. Now just go ahead, implement this. Just click on the run button. And you can see that a dimension table has been created. Okay, it gets created over here. You can do a lift and shift, like you can use something called as the SQL database project. So if you have a schema ready, okay, if you have a schema ready of the tables that are present in your SQL database on the on-premise SQL server or something, you can definitely do that. Another thing that you can do is if you come to the workspace and if you click on these 3 dots where the work warehouse is created, if you click on these 3 dots and if you just scroll down, you have this connections string that gets created. So you can use this connection string and connect your data warehouse to the SQL Server Management Studio in your on-premise. So you can definitely, whatever tables you have there, it will also, you will get it here. Okay, but this will not do a lift and shift actually. It will not move the tables, shift the tables to the cloud. Okay, what will it do? It will just, if you are not happy with the SSMS here, okay, the SQL editor that we have been using, and you are more comfortable with the SSMS. So you can just connect your um, data warehouse, which is on the cloud, with the on-premise, okay, or that is the SQL Server Management Studio using this connection string, and you can use that interface. But it's not like you're lifting or you're shifting the tables in the data warehouse. So if you want to do a lift and shift, I would recommend that you go with this SQL database. So here you will have to create a project in your SQL server and load that project here. So whatever is the schema, it will be applied to the data warehouse. The schema will be created. The same schema will be downloaded over here. Okay. So now you can also insert values into this dimension table. So you can use the DML statements, insert into, okay, you can definitely do that. So let me very quickly do it. I'll insert the values here. So prime the product key, then we have the product alternate key. The category, and then the list price. Just copy this. I'll just change this. So now you can insert certain values. You can use this command. I'll just specify go. And now you can implement this tsql command. So here, by default, the execution starts from line number 1. So I don't want it to execute from line number 1 because we have already created the dimension table, right? I just want to insert the values into it. Just select these lines, okay? Select these number of lines that are there, and you can run the command. So it will start the execution from the selected, the lines from where you selected. Just click on the run button. Okay, otherwise it will start by default, it will start the execution from line number 1. We don't want that, right? So it has executed the SQL query. Now just check whether the values have actually been inserted or not. So we know this is how to do it. Again, select this, click on the run button, and you should see the values inserted into the table. Okay. So this is how you can create a dimension table. You can create all other dimension tables. So I already have the code. I'm not going to write it again and again. Just copy it. So I'm just creating the schemas. I'm not creating anything else. So dimension customer table has been created. Likewise, we can create another date table, a dimension date table. So dimension date table has also been created. And lastly, I will create a fact table also. So you can see we can make use of the T-SQL language and we can insert or create the tables. Then of course you can insert the values in the respective tables. It's up to you. You can decide. Even if you don't give Go, it's okay. But I am using it because I'm habitual to it. But if you know, I mean, in Oracle, you don't need to use Go. It's something that T-SQL or Microsoft has created. So it's up to you. You decide what you want to do. So here you can see we have added these tables, right? So now you can also perform data modeling here. You can model the data, create relationships, okay, manage the data. So if you want to model the data, yeah. In order to model the data, you will again use the model layout that we saw in the SQL analytics. Guys, there's not much difference in the interface between the two, just that one is built on top of the data lake and this is a data warehouse. Okay. So here you can just click on the model layouts and you can do data modeling, create star schema, snowflake schema. So I will very quickly do that. So on the tables that we just created, we will do it. So this is your fact table. This is your date table that we just created. This is the customer table. And this is your product table. So I'll just zoom in here. And we can create a table. So over here, if I want to link the two tables, create a star schema. So that's what we are basically doing over here. So I will have to just select the common column, link the two common columns between the fact table and the dimension tables. So it's very easy. So let's say I want to link the customer table with the fact table. So here we have the customer key, which is a primary key here, and it will be a foreign key in the fact table, right? That is what basically relationship means over here. It's nothing but the constraint that you put on top of the primary key and the foreign key. So that's what I'm doing over here. So I'll just drag this and connect it over here. And you can see automatically a relationship is being detected. So it is going for a many is to one cardinality. I don't want that. I want it to be one is to many. That is one instance of the customer table being linked to many instances in the yeah. So we will stick to this cardinality. Okay, so I'm just changing that. Just click on the save button. So here you can see a relationship has been established between the customer dimension table and the fact sales table. Likewise, you can do it for the date date table and the fact table, just link. So here you have the date key, which is the sales order date key. Just link these two together. Just you have to ensure that you drag it on the correct field. Otherwise, it will give you an error. It will link it to some other this thing. Just change the cardinality. I want it to be 1:many. That is one instance of the date being linked to many instances in the fact table. And likewise, you can do it with the product key also. Just drag it correctly, link the two of them. And again, the cardinality, I will want to change. Just click on the save button and you can create a data model. Now you can also do reporting using the data warehouse, right? We have the reporting tab here. You can create a new report. So what it will do, it will use the default model that you get with the data warehouse. So all the tables that you created, okay, that you loaded, all the tables will be available to you in that semantic model. Okay. And here you can definitely update because it's a data warehouse. So you can definitely make the changes over here. Okay. Unfortunately, again, if I have to talk about adding any like measures or something, that is not possible over here. We are not able to because this is more in terms of a data warehouse still and a lakehouse over there. But here, if you want to now create a custom semantic model, you can do that. You can create a custom model. Let's see how to do it. So I'm not going to take all the tables. I'm going to use the warehouse only to create my custom semantic model. So all these tables by default come in the default model. If you want to see the default model, just click on this and you will see all the tables. Should show you. Okay, yeah. You can't even see all the tables here. So your tables, all these tables are present in the model. So this is your model layout. Okay. So now if you want to customize it, you can create a new semantic model. So let's say I just want 4 tables. I don't want all these tables that are there. So I'm going to create a custom semantic model. I'm going to call it as taxi revenue. I'm going to call this model as taxi revenue. And only select 4 tables. So I'm going to select this date table. I am going to select the geography table. Just a second, guys. Yeah. So over here, I'm going to select the date table, the geography table, then the trip table. So you can see I'm getting an option to select which tables I want to put in my model, in the semantic model. So I'm just going to select them. Just click on the confirm button and it will create a new semantic model with a new name. Okay, so I'm customizing it. You can't just do it on the warehouse. You can also do it on the lake house. That is also possible. So just don't think, okay, only on the warehouse we can create a custom model. You can even create a semantic model directly using it as an item. So that is also possible. So you can just go to the new item. So it has created a semantic model. Okay, so here if you see a semantic model has been created in the workspace. Okay, so you can also create a lake house in the, you can create a semantic model through the lake house also. So you just have to come to the SQL Analytics endpoint, come to the Reporting tab, just click on the new semantic model and the same interface. You'll see the tables. Okay, as of now, here we have only one table, so you will only get that. But if you have more files that you have loaded to the lakehouse, you can definitely customize a semantic model on top of the lakehouse, or you can also create a new semantic model from the new items. So here, if you see, you have that option, but there are not many connectors if you have to work with the semantic model directly. So you have Excel and CSV. Otherwise, you will have to use any more source if you're looking for. Okay, then it is better that you use the desktop application. Okay, so that is the difference. So these are the different ways in which you can create a semantic model. Now here, the model has been created. You can definitely use this model. And now if you see here, you have the option to write DAX queries. Okay, you can open the data model here and perform modeling on top of this, create a star schema, snowflake schema. Now, if you see, you get the option to add a measure, etc., which is not possible in the default semantic model. So currently we are in the viewing state. Just change the state to editing. And you can go ahead and edit the semantic model. So now if you see when you're in the editing mode, you can definitely add a new measure. You can add a new table, a calculated table. Okay, you can make those changes. You can definitely, yes, you can connect a Fabric warehouse also to the Power BI desktop application. That is also possible. So you can open the desktop application. You have a connector for connecting the warehouse, even the lakehouse, the semantic models that you create over here also. You can link it to the desktop application. Okay, you can also work with the SQL databases that you can create in the Fabric service. So if I click on the blank report, and I go to the Get Data tab. So here you can see you have the one lake catalog. So it will link your Power BI application to the Fabric service, or you can just click on the More button. And there is a category for Fabric. So you can just use them. You can connect to the warehouse, click on the Connect button. But you will have to enter your organizational details, which I haven't. But you can see you have that connector. Okay, you have that connection not just for the lake house, but sorry, for the warehouse, but even for the lake house, for the KQL databases that you create. The data flows also you can connect to. Okay, so you definitely have that connector available over here. So now you can go ahead and perform. Again, you can do data modeling also over here. So you can establish relationships. So there are two ways. One way we saw in the model layout where you can drag and you can connect. So let's say trip is my fact table and rest of the tables are my dimension table. So I can definitely create a star schema here. So here, either you drag it and you connect it, or you can just come to this manage relationship tab and you can add relationships here. So I'll select the date table and I'll select the trip table. Select the common column. That is, if you see, it automatically detects. And here you can see it detects even the cardinality. So it has detected it correctly. I want one instance of the date table being linked to multiple instances here. Just click on the save button and you can see a relationship has been added. So one way is you do it this way, or you can just drag and connect that we saw. So you can take the geography ID and connect it to the geography IDs. Automatically detects the relationship. You can see the same thing. Just click on save. Again, you can do that over here. Select the weather table. Select the trip table. So here it will take the date ID. I don't want to use the date ID. I want to use the geography ID again. So you can make the changes and save the relationship over here, and you can create a star schema or a snowflake schema. Okay, so you can definitely do that. You can manage roles, you can apply RLS. If you know how to work with RLS, you can do that. You can use the best practice analyzer in order to analyze your model, whether it is fitting, or I mean, it's adhering to the best practices or not. You can add a measure. You can just click on this and add a measure. Similar to your desktop application, you can add a new calculated table. Okay, so you can definitely apply DAX and you can work with the data. So here you can create a model, okay, a semantic model. Now you can even visualize this model, okay, using the Power BI. So if I have to create a report, just come to the file section, click on create new report, and you will see the Power BI interface or the desktop application will be opened over here. So you can explore this data. You can definitely create a report on top of the semantic model. You can see only 4 tables are there, right? The same 4 tables that we had loaded. So here I'll take the matrix visual and you can visualize the data over here. Yes, it is the Power BI service that is there. It is the Power BI service. So to the rows, I am going to take 2 things. I'm going to basically create a drill down feature over here. So I'll take the month name and I'm going to take the year name. So I'm creating a drill down or an hierarchy as we call it. Okay. And to the values, I am going to take the total passenger count. Yeah. So I'm going to take the passenger count and I'm going to take the total amount. And I'm going to take the trip duration in seconds. Oh, okay, I've added it to the, yeah. And I'm going to add the trip duration. Okay, so here you can see by default, it is doing a summarization similar to your Power BI, which it does. It by default summarizes the data, right? So here you can see whenever you dragged the numeric column. So on a numeric column, if you see there's a summation sign next to it, what does that summation mean? It is doing a sum operation. It is performing summarization on top of it, right? So over here, you can change the aggregation function. It's nothing but like an implicit measure. So if you don't want to do summarization, you can definitely change the aggregation function. Click on the drop down, select what operation you want to do. So I want to do an average. You can do that over here. Okay, you can change the name of the columns also. Sorry, the values that is there. So you can see this is how it is displaying the average. And you can now go ahead, save this report, click on the right, go to the right hand side corner, click on save, select where you want to save it. So I'll just call this as explore taxi revenue. Just save the report and it has created a Power BI. Of course, you can format this report, guys. I haven't done the formatting. Okay, you can definitely add in more visuals. If you're good with Power BI, please go ahead. You can use the same way, okay, as you would use the Power BI desktop application. You can use the Power BI service in the Fabric workspace itself. Okay, so now the report, the semantic model, everything comes in one workspace. So collaboration becomes easy, integration has become easy. It's not at all challenging that we saw, which we faced before when we would use the existing data services, correct? So this is what basically Fabric is. Of course, there's lots to see, lots to work upon. Use the notebook, work with Delta tables, then monitor the data warehouse, secure the data. Okay, manage the security also. One way of securing is using the Fabric admin. Like I said, majority of the security is maintained or managed by the fabric admin. But once the fabric admin makes you the workspace admin, so you are the admin on the workspace. So you can definitely secure the workspace also. Okay, so you can give roles to people only on top of the workspace. That is also possible. You can also secure your data not on, if you don't want to do it on the workspace, but you want to go item wise, you can also do that. So here there are n number of possibilities that you can work with on the Fabric portal. Lots of things to explore, lots of things to work on, which we haven't. We have just seen a few bits and pieces of the service. Lots of things to explore. You can monitor, you can work with real-time sources on this Fabric. You can create a maintain an application life cycle of your app of any application that you create, your analytical application that you create by creating a deployment pipeline, working with Git. You can work with Azure DevOps also if you're from the DevOps background. So you can definitely integrate that also into this workspace and do that. Okay, so n number of possibilities, like I said, you have. Okay, and you can work. This is just the beginning. This is just the initial this thing. Yes, if you want to work with embedded this thing, you will need a different Power BI embed license to do that, without which you will not be able to do it. So in the Fabric also, we discussed about the SKU, right? There are certain SKUs only that help you embed the Power BI report. Okay, not all the SKUs, otherwise you have to purchase the Power BI embed license. Otherwise, you can use. So yes, you will require a license to do that. So now let's discuss a little bit about the certification. Where can you prepare for the certification? What are the modules that are there? Okay, let's just quickly see that. Just a second. Okay. So now if you want to work with or you want to read about the Fabric service in more detail, study, prepare for the exam, you want to give the exam, schedule the exam, okay? So you can definitely go online, and what you have to do is you have to just search for the Learn modules on the official Microsoft website. So just search for DP-600 Learn modules, go with this official documentation, official learn path. And if you scroll down, you will see all the modules that we just discussed. So we started with the Fabric service, we understood the Fabric service, the administration, the architect, etc. Right? And then we moved on to what is a lakehouse, what is a warehouse, what is a semantic model. We understood that, we understood the administration part, what is the role of the Fabric admin. Okay, so all of it in like an overview, we didn't go in much detail naturally. There are lots of things that are there to explore. Okay, so if you want to read more, this is where you can come. I'll share this link in the chat also. And you can refer to this link. So I'll also share the YouTube link with everyone. Okay, so if you want to study about this particular, so about this exam, you want to give this exam, that is DP-600, which is a Microsoft certified fabric analytics engineer associate level certification. You can come here and you can read, these are the modules that are mapped to this particular certification. You can come here, you can read about it. There, it's not, we couldn't do, like I said, in depth. Okay, so you can definitely go ahead and study from here. You can schedule the exam, just scroll down and you have the option to schedule the exam. So this is the cost. I will display it in INR. This is the cost of the exam, which will roughly cost you around 5,000 rupees to give the exam. So please be like, if when you are ready, then only I would recommend you all to give the exam, because it is expensive. 5,000 is not something that is cheap. And in case you fail, okay, you will have to pay 5,000 again. Okay, so it is my, I mean, whenever you prepare and you decide you want to give the exam, just be sure, be ready. Okay, because the questions, though there is a practice assessment here, if you see there is a practice assessment, this practice assessment is absolutely free of cost. You can practice the questions, get ready for the exam, but it is not the kind of questions that are asked in the exam. Okay, the exam is 100 minutes. I would not say 100 minutes, but 120 minutes actually. The exam is that long. Okay, you will have to, 20 minutes, they keep it aside for some assessment where they will ask you how comfortable you are with these skills. Okay, that this certification is mapping to. Okay, so these skills, it will just ask you how comfortable you are and etc. So those 20 minutes are spent on that, whether you're a naive or you are a beginner or you are, an expert or an associate in every module that is there. So they will just ask you these questions for the first 20 minutes and then the actual exam starts. So this particular certification is, the duration is 120 minutes. Okay, the number of questions that you will expect in the exam is around 45 to 60 questions. Okay, they will all be MCQ based questions. Nowhere you will be asked to practically implement anything. No practical implementation will be asked. Okay, so you have to, but what kind of questions they will ask? The questions will be more, yes, in MCQ based, more scenario based. Okay, like they will give you a scenario and they will ask you what is applicable for that scenario. So it will be a big long scenario and then they will ask you to give the answer, select the choice from the list of choices that they give you. That is why multiple choice. So you have to select the appropriate or the correct choice, submit the answer. Okay, so yeah, nowhere you will be practically tested. You don't have to implement anything, but it will be more, they will try and relate the questions in more real scenarios. Okay, what is applicable when and etc. All of that will be asked. There is no negative marking, guys. No negative marking. So please go ahead and answer all the questions that are there in the exam. Okay, so there's no negative marking. You have to score at least 700 out of 1000 to clear. That is at least 70% you need in order to clear the exam. Okay, in order to clear the DP-600, get the DP-600 certification, you need to have at least 700 out of 1000. Okay, so here you have to score 70% of the marks. The duration is 120 minutes. Total duration, if I have to talk about, is 100 minutes. Okay. Now, when you give this exam, guys, there will be 3 sections, okay, in which this exam will be distributed. So if you've never given a Microsoft certificate, actually, okay, it could be any, it doesn't mean you have to give only DP-600. I would recommend you all to come and please go through this sandbox. Okay, this sandbox has it talks about the exam interface, how the interface is for the exam. It will specify that over here. Okay, so please, if you have never given the any Microsoft certification, okay, I would recommend that you all come here, give the exam. Take this sandbox experience, see what kind of questions are asked, what are the different kinds of questions, because here you will have three sections in the exam. So section one, or I mean, these sections can jumble up and come in the exam. It's not that the way I'm saying that order only will be followed. Okay, it can jumble up and it can come. So section one can be like a case study based section where you will be given a big case study, and to that case study you will be asked some 6 questions. Okay, so you will have to answer those 6 questions, and you will have to yeah. So 6 questions will be asked in that first section, then it will be followed up with, so then it will be section two, wherein, and also in section one, you can review the answers that you have given. Okay, you can see, rectify the answers, change the answers in the section one, that is a case study. But once you submit this section, the entire section is marked. Okay, the answers are recorded, and you will have to move to the next section. That means you can't come back once you submit the entire section, that all the answers are recorded and you have to move to the next section. Okay, so please be careful, read the pop-ups thoroughly. Microsoft will give you those pop-ups very systematically. So please read it. So whenever it's a case study base, it can come at the beginning or it can come at the end. It will not come in the middle. So it could be section one or section three. Just read the instructions thoroughly. Okay. So when you go for the case study, keep in mind that you answer the questions, but you can't go back to the section. Okay. Once you submit, you can move around the questions within that section. But once you complete, you give the answers, you have to move to the next section. Then in section two, you will get majority of the questions, around 35 to 37. That is the range of questions that will be asked. Okay. And here it will be completely straightforward questions like match the following, sequence out, okay, arrange the following, etc. Then you will get questions like complete the code. So Python, SQL, you will have to complete those code also. So those kind of questions will be asked in this particular section. And majority of the questions, very straightforward questions will come. So this section is the last section that you submit when we talk about in terms of the exam. So you can review the answers that you have given. You can come back to this section. Okay. And once you submit this section, ideally your exam is completed. It's over. Okay. So you will be done with the exam. But yeah, here you will find majority of the questions which are straightforward, not many scenario based and etc. Very straightforward questions, match the following, complete the sentence. Then you can get like arrange the following sequence, complete the code, whether it's a SQL command or it's a Python code, you will have to complete that. Okay. Then comes the third section, wherein you will get a big long case, I mean, big long scenario. And to that scenario, what they will do, they will also give you the problem and they will give you a solution. Okay. To that same problem, they will give you a solution. You have to select whether the solution that they have provided is going to work or not. You have to say a yes or a no. So here only two options will be given, yes and no. So you have to select out of the two, whether that solution will help solve the problem or not. If it's, I mean, yes, it will, no, it will not. So you decide that. So here you have to be the most careful in this section. There will be only 3 questions that will be asked, not beyond that. But once you answer the questions in this section, you can't go back to that question. Let's say you answered, you marked some answer and you move to the next question. And then you realize, oh, I have incorrectly marked it. Sorry, guys, you can't go back to the question. So once you submit the answer, and you move to the next question, then it is already recorded. The answer is already recorded. It is marked. You have to answer the next question. Here, this is the section where you have to be the most attentive because you can't go back. You can't go back to that section. Okay, you will have to be, you will be, yeah, you have to, once you answer it, sorry guys, you will not be able to go back. So this is how the exam is kind of divided. This is how the exam is operating. I mean, this is how the pattern is. It's a standard pattern, not just for DP-600, any Microsoft associate level certification. If you give, this is what is generally followed. Okay, so you can definitely. So we have already given a URL, a badge URL. I'll reshare that, which is talking about which is nothing but the participation certificate for this training. So just follow these steps and you will get the participation certificate. You can just share it on any of the social media platforms. Okay. So there's not much difference between DP-600, DP-700. DP, like I said in the beginning also, when we talk about the DP-600 certification, it is more in terms of the data analyst perspective. So if you want to know about the analytical tools on the Fabric service, the DP-600 certification covers that. Whereas DP-700, the name of the certificate is Microsoft Certified Fabric Data Engineer Associate. Okay, so if you see, look at the name, you will come to know the difference between the two. So naturally, one is talking about in terms of data analyst, and the other is talking about in terms of the data engineering. Okay, so this is what is the main difference. Otherwise, in terms of modules, there is only one module difference. So DP-600 covers more of Power BI part because it is in terms of the analyst, like I said, and data engineer, the DP-700 covers more in terms of like real-time sources also get added because we discussed, right? Data sources can be coming in from real-time devices like IoT, sensors, etc. So a data engineer has to be capable of managing that also. So it talks about that part in the DP-700 certification. But otherwise, there's not much difference. So if you have completed DP-600, you can definitely go ahead and think about DP-700. Okay, so if you go to the YouTube channel, I think in May, on 17th May, we have done a webinar on DP-700 also. I only had conducted it. So if you subscribe to our YouTube channel, you will see the, just a second, guys, I'll be back. Just a second. Yeah. So over here, I have already, I only conducted that webinar. I think on 17th May we had done it. So if you go to the YouTube channel, you will get, you can subscribe to it and you can get more information on the DP-700 certification. So you can just skip the first part because it's almost the same as today. And you can just move to the second half of that recording and you can just look into that. Okay. So I think this is it for today. Okay, and we can actually end. If you don't have, if you have any questions, please feel free to put it in the chat. Otherwise, we are done with the webinar. Like I said, I want to leave you all early because it's a Saturday. I want everyone to enjoy the rest of the evening. So thank you so much, everyone, for attending the webinar on a Saturday. And I hope I could help you all understand the fabric service. and so that in the future you can definitely use this service. This is just the beginning. Like I said, there are lots of things to explore because it's an emerging service. Okay, so it will keep on upgrading. And before you leave the session, guys, just a request, if you haven't completed the feedback process, just please do that. Do not leave the session without it. Okay, we would love to hear your thoughts. We would like to we would like you to share your thoughts on this particular webinar and let us know. So Ria has also shared the community links, the YouTube link. Please go ahead and subscribe to them, and all, not we just don't do it on the fabric service. We also do a lot of webinars on AI, emerging AI services that are there. Okay, GitHub Copilot and Azure OpenAI and all those other generative AI Copilot related services. So you can just you can just go to our YouTube channel and you can get more information on that. Okay. So please do subscribe, do let us, I mean, you will get information about the latest webinars that are conducted over there. So please do subscribe, and I'll see you all in a later session. Have a great evening, guys. Please do not forget to give us your feedback. It is really important, it is really valuable to us. Okay, please, just requesting everyone before you all leave the session, please give us your feedback. So I think thank you everyone. If you've done the feedback process, redeem the badges, and you don't have any questions, you all can drop off from the session. Have a great evening, and I will see you all in the upcoming webinars. So thank you, Ria, for conducting the session. Please, a round of
Yeah,
applause for them also. So yeah, over to you, Ria.
thank you so much, Mansi ma'am, for your valuable time and giving us so much of, expertise, insight, and having such an amazing session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And guys, please do not leave the session again without redeeming the badges. It's a participation certificate that we are sharing. So please make use of it. Okay. And you can share it on your social media platforms. And do not leave without also giving the feedback. So thank you, everyone. Have a great evening. And I'll see you all in any upcoming sessions.
Also, it's a request to all the participants to we have a specific question in the feedback form which it says that describe this session of how you felt, and we can improve all our suggestions. So please do keep emphasis on the question too, so that we can improve and give you all more such amazing experience. Thank you.